Great. Thank you. Members of the House, we're about ready to go back to work. So I'm going to ask all members will please come to the floor. All members. Mr. Clerk, will you ring that bell for us? Members, we have a very special invite resolution. In fact, we're going to have two very special guests here in just a few minutes. So I need all members, please come to the floor. All members, please come to the floor, take your seats. Members, if you're standing in the chamber now and you have a seat with your name on it, I invite you to come assume your seat. And now would be the appropriate time. We want to be very respectful when our guest arrives. This house always operates with respectful decorum, and we're going to do just that tonight. Yeah. Members, I almost said we have a little more work to do, but we don't. We have a lot more work to do. The night is young. It won't do any good to heckle the speaker, I can tell you that right now. Yeah, you can try, let's see. See how that works out. Members that may be coming in, if you'll come on in and take your seats. Representative Bazemore, Pro Tem Jones, if y'all would join me. We're going to invite the best First Lady of any state in the country, our First Lady Marty Kemp, to join us up on stage as well. Let's make the first family welcome, y'all. Members, we've been blessed for the last 8 years to have the opportunity to welcome First Lady Marty Kemp to this chamber. the people's chamber. And I can assure you, we all know she's a people's person because she cares about her fellow man, her fellow woman. No matter where they reside in Georgia, she cares. She's demonstrated that over and over and over again as she served alongside her husband, our governor, to benefit our state. Mr. Clerk, would you read the caption to House Resolution 2027? That's pretty catchy. 2027. Mr. Clerk.
House Resolution 2027 by Representatives Bazemore of the 69th, Jones of the 47th, Hughley the 141st, Smith of the 70th, and Carter of the 93rd, a resolution commending First Lady Marty Kemp.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Thank you, members. I think it'd be appropriate if you remain standing. I'm going to recognize Representative Deborah Bazemore, and in the same voice, when Representative Bazemore speaks, I would love it if the Speaker Pro Tem, Speaker Jones, would also come have a word, and then we will hear from First Lady Kemp. Representative Bazemore.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I rise today, this afternoon, to let you know, as it was said, our First Lady is awesome. I remember when she came into this house and let us know that she would be working on human trafficking. And when I heard that, I called down to the governor's office and I said, I have to be a part of that. I have to be included because of my district, bumping up against the busiest airport in the world and 30 hotels surrounding. And she opened her arms and welcomed me in. She has come to my district 3 times. Her children have come also with her to support. She has just been the same person every time I encounter her. We've had meetings to brainstorm on how to save our children and to help eradicate this human trafficking in the state of Georgia. And nobody other than her could have done that work the way she has done it so gracefully and on time and regularly with a smile on her face. And so I so appreciate her so much. And I couldn't let her leave without recognizing all the work she's done for all of our children. So thank you so much.
Well, I too want to echo Representative Bazemore's kind words about the First Lady. It's been an honor to serve on the Grace Commission, and I appreciate that appointment, First Lady. And for her to make human trafficking her priority and to bring all the attention that she could as a First Lady has meant all the difference to the women and the children and the men that have suffered from this scourge that we see all over the world and here in Georgia as well. And I think we've passed at least 10 bills. Was it 10? 10 bills in a variety of different ways to try to bring the perpetrators to justice and to bring help and comfort to the suffering. And I just appreciate you for making this your priority. You've made a difference that will last long after you and the governor have left office. And so just thank you for being who you are and caring about the least among us the way you do. Thank you.
Thank you. This chamber is very special to me. I was not going to do this because my dad sat right there, and I watched this chamber since I was probably 10 years old, ran up and down these halls like I thought I owned it. Never knew that I would be back here to be representing the state. But it has been an honor of a lifetime for our family to represent this great state. And I could not have done any of this work without all of you. It was unanimous passing. Y'all have all been in the fight with me, with us, and I cannot thank you. And I know you will continue this great work after we leave in January of next year. We got a little bit of time, and a little bit of time tonight, I think, to do some other great things. But truly, from the bottom of my heart, I say thank you to each and every one of you, and I appreciate what y'all are doing. Keep up the great work. God bless you. Love you. Thank you so much.
Very good. You stay there, Jared. You can come on this side, listen. You did. Right next to you? You did great. So let me tell you all what I see. I see a spirit. I see a presence, a dedication, a caring. But I also see something else. Because when I've seen this lady, and the gentleman was right there, but maybe he moved back. He'll be here in just a moment. When I've seen them, I've seen these three wonderful children of theirs. Jarrett, Lucy, Amy Porter. I see your mother's and your father's spirit in the three of y'all. Y'all are pretty awesome as well. We have an awesome first lady. We have an awesome first family. And as a Georgian, I really can't express how much gratitude I have for you all and what you have done to help heal our state under so many tragic circumstances and your work with the Grace Commission. Thank you. I know you girls will do it. You're already doing it. You will make a difference because your mother has made a difference. Thank you, Marty Kemp. We love you and appreciate you. Oh, hey, Marty. Marty. I'm not sure the governor even has that much authority with these three when I called them back. Mr. Doorkeeper.
Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Brian P. Kemp, Governor of the great state of Georgia, awaits entrance to the House chambers.
Mr. Doorkeeper, please admit our Governor, Brian P. Kemp, to the People's House. Welcome, Governor. Welcome, Governor Kemp. You've been in the People's House quite a bit in your lifetime. When you'd make your sojourn over here from when you were in the Senate as Secretary of State, now as Governor. And you've left a lasting impression in many, many ways, most of them positive. All of them positive in this House. I'll tell you again, as I said to the First Lady, the spirit that shows up in the Kemp family is very obvious. You care about Georgians. You care about your family. You care about your God. And you care about the people, whether they reside in this body, whether they reside in the big cities and underserved areas, higher end areas, but also all those folks across the countryside. That's where these members come from. And they appreciate you. They appreciate your wisdom, appreciate your insight. We appreciate your leadership, but probably most of all, I don't think there's a person in here that would not say that they didn't appreciate your friendship, because you've been friends to your fellow man. You've been there. You could not have done more. We appreciate you in every sense of that word. So it's my great honor, and I still get chill bumps, y'all, when I look at this family, when I stand next to this man. It's my awesome honor to introduce our governor, the 83rd governor of this state of Georgia, Brian P. Kemp. Thank you, brother. Thank you.
Well, thank y'all very much. Thank y'all so much. You're very kind. Thank you, guys. Speaker Burns, Speaker Pro Tem Jones, Majority Leader F. Strachan, Minority Leader Hughley, members of the People's House. I just want to first thank the Speaker, Representative Bazemore, and Speaker Pro Tem Jones for honoring the greatest First Lady in the country, Marty Kemp. Thank y'all for that. We're also thankful to have our daughters, Lucy, Amy Porter, and Jarrett with us, and along with her husband, Brooks, tonight. Well, here we go, together again for one last ride. We came into office as a family, as you all know. We've served the people of our state as a family, and when we leave office later this year or early next year, we'll do that as a family as well. Thank you. I couldn't ask for a better team and support than the four wonderful ladies that have truly blessed my life. Their strength and perseverance through very tough times, their courage and character have made these last 7.5 years both memorable but also truly impactful. The same is true when it comes to this chamber's partnership over the years. With your help, we have fought through a once-in-a-lifetime pandemic. We preserved law and order in this state, even as others called for violence in our streets and wanted to defund the police. As was just mentioned, we passed 11 pieces of legislation that made Georgia the national leader in the fight against human trafficking. We have built on the incredible work of our predecessors and brought historic levels of investment and new jobs to Georgia communities. We've maintained our coveted ranking as the #1 state for business while also becoming a top state for talent. We've enacted the largest state income tax cut in history, and we've saved well over $10 billion for hardworking Georgians and businesses. We've put more money toward education than ever before while making our classrooms a safe haven for our students and our educators. We've done what so many thought was impossible by passing meaningful tort reforms that are already keeping more money in the pockets of Georgians and job creators. We've made historic investments in transportation, water, and sewer infrastructure that will pay dividends for generations without creating mountains of debt for future Georgians that they will have to pay back. And as I've mentioned before, while other states are dealing with budget shortfalls and thinking about raising taxes on their citizens, here in Georgia, we've used our surpluses wisely and are returning money to the people, all while lowering taxes. Not bad for government work, if you ask me. So on behalf of my family, I want you to know that it has been an honor to work with you, both through tough times and times of unprecedented success. Years ago, we started this journey of service together with Speaker Ralston when he wielded the gavel. And now we have the honor of serving with Speaker John Burns. In these roles, both partners showed the dedication to wisdom, justice, and moderation that exemplify true statesmanship. I also want to give a special thank you to someone that Marty and I consider not only a great leader, but a great friend, Speaker Pro Tem Jan Jones. Jan, you made history for our state, and you have demonstrated again and again the skills of a selfless leader. You will be missed under this gold dome after more than 20 years of impactful work. I also want to thank the people who support those that serve in this chamber, who dedicate long hours and careers of service to their fellow Georgians, but who rarely get the attention and applause that they deserve. I'm referring to people like the Clerk of the House, Bill Riley, and his team. The Legislative Council team, the House Budget and Research Office, the House Media Services staff, the news media, no, never mind, disregard that. The committee staff workers, legislative aides and administrative assistants, interns and pages, and of course, the ever vigilant doorkeepers. And anyone else I may have missed. While you may not get to be in the spotlight, please know that we all see what you do and we appreciate your service. You are just as much a part of what we achieve under this gold dome as any elected official is, including me. So thank you all. Lastly, I want to thank my senior staff, our legal team, the policy advisors who so many of you have worked with, the operations and constituent affairs staff, my communications team, and certainly the hardworking professionals at the Office of Planning and Budget and our state agencies. You all know who you are, and we appreciate what you have done for all of us. In the years to come, I hope we can all look back on this time as an era when Georgia leaders put the people first, when they made their lives a little easier and opportunities more plentiful, when state leaders worked as a team and did the right thing, even when no one was watching. But most of all, I hope you'll continue to put hardworking Georgians first. Because as I've said to this body before, while recalling the words of Nehemiah, we must finish the great work that we have started. Thank you all. It's been an honor. Good luck the rest of the night, and God bless you. Thank you very much.
Governor Kemp, I wanted you to get down to your family. I just wanted to say to you, your legacy, your leadership, what you've done, the parts you played in the success of our state, I think will go down in history as one of our finest governors. And I don't say that lightly, you will. But I'm going to tell you what says more to me than being one of our finest governors. You're a good man. Thank you very much. House will come to order. Members, we have a local calendar. We have another local calendar. We're going to take it up now. We have it's a budget. Okay, members, we're going to take up a bill off the rules calendar. Mr. Clerk, will you read? I think you will. Mr. Clerk will read the caption to Senate Bill 411.
Senate Bill 411 by Senator Still of the 48th and others be titled an act to amend Title 43 of the Fiscal Code of Georgia annotated relating to professions and businesses so as to provide for dry needling to be performed by certain licensed professionals. This bill having referred to the Committee on Health, that committee recommends that this bill do pass by Rules Committee substitute.
The gentleman from Gainesville, Chairman Lee Hawkins, is recognized to present the bill. The gentleman will suspend just for a moment. Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Right now I'm presenting SB 411, but is now actually two House bills that passed this House with over 160 votes apiece. First one is House Bill 291 by Chair Lady Taylor. This is the Georgia Community Health Workers Act. This provides workers, healthcare workers, to connect from the hospitals and the providers to the homes for maternal health, for geriatrics, and healthcare screenings and prevention. The second bill is HB 662, Representative Olstein's bill, the Rural Hospital Tax Credit. This updates some of the tax credit wording and also makes provisions to prepare Georgia for the healthcare transformation financing. Both these are very good bills. I ask for your favorable consideration, and I will yield the well.
Gentleman had no questions. Gentleman has yielded the well. Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered? Hearing none, the previous question is ordered. Is there any objection to withdrawing the committee substitute? Hearing none, the committee substitute is withdrawn. Is there any objection to adopting the substitute offered by the Committee on Rules? Hearing none, the Rules Committee substitute is adopted. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which was favorable to the passage of the bill? Hearing none, the report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this bill now pass? All in favor of the passage of the bill will vote yes. All those opposed will vote no. And Mr. Clerk will unlock the machine. All members voted. All members voted. If so, all members voted. If so, Mr. Clerk will lock the machine. On the passage of Senate Bill 411, the yeas are 166 and nays are 5. This bill has received the requisite constitutional majority. It is therefore passed. Mr. Clerk will read the caption to SB 214.
SB 214 by Senator Burns, the 23rd, and others to be entitled an act to amend Chapter 2 of Title 21 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated relating to elections and primaries generally so as to authorize electors to cast physical absentee on request ballots as an alternative to using other authorized means of casting in-person votes. This bill having referred to the Committee on Governmental Affairs, that committee recommends that this bill do pass by committee substitute.
Chairman Victor Anderson is recognized to present Senate Bill 214.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Colleagues, we've talked a lot about this over the last couple of years. Senate Bill 214 represents over a year of study, testimony, and collaboration to provide a clear, workable path for Georgia to transition to a secure, auditable, paper-based voting system while maintaining accessibility and operational efficiency. My note now says I'm going to walk you through the bill, but before I do, I want to share with you some facts that I've learned in this process. In the state of Georgia, we have approximately 8 million registered voters. We have 159 counties. That means we have 159 boards of elections, 159 local elected officials to oversee those elections, or local appointed officials. On the day of our elections, we have 2,300 voting locations across the state of Georgia. We call them precincts. During advanced voting, we have approximately 360 advanced voting locations in Georgia. On election day, now before I say this, let me kind of put it in context. In the state of Georgia, there are over 1 million companies licensed to do business in the state of Georgia. 1 million companies. On election day, just the poll workers in Georgia number over 11,000. If that were one company, they'd be, out of those 1 million companies doing business in Georgia, it'd be in the top 100 employers in the state of Georgia. During this coming general election in November, there will be between 3,000 and 4,000 different ballot styles across the state of Georgia. In a normal primary election like we have this year, that number goes up to 10,000. The top 4 populous counties in the state of Georgia constitute nearly 40% of the electors in the state of Georgia and about 40% of the population. That's just 4 of the 159 counties. I'm only saying all this and relaying these statistics so that we all understand changing our election system is not easy. It's not as simple as printing out a bunch of ballots and handing them out and saying, here, do this. This is a process. It takes time. It takes time to implement that honestly we should have started long before now. When we began looking at how to comply with Senate Bill 189, particularly Section 7 of Senate Bill 189, by July 1st of this year, with our study committee this past year and in governmental affairs, we came up with some really good plans that we thought would work. And the deeper we dug and the farther we got into the subject matter, we realized that most of those plans take more time than we have to do. So that's where we ended up with what is now Senate Bill 214. I'm going to take just a minute and go through the different sections of 214 and tell you in general terms what it says. It's been on your desk for some time today already, so I will answer questions when we're done. Sections 1 through 5 provide definitions, ballot control, and transparency. We introduced 2 definitions in state code that have not existed before. One is ballot on demand, printing. The second definition is hand-marked paper ballots. Those 2, ballot on demand printing assumes or presumes that the result will be a hand-marked paper ballot. But we decided we needed to go ahead and put the term in there because there were a lot of questions related to that. We are promoting full chain of custody accountability for ballots, and we're having to touch a lot of sections in this code because of introducing these new terms and this new technology and this new idea. And I say new technology, it's been used for years, not on the scale that we're looking at possibly using it for, or at least having that option for. Section 6 is the core of the bill. Section 6 states, as we currently have in code, that we will have a uniform statewide voting system in place for any election after December 31st of 2027. That gives us the year of 2027 to conduct testing, to conduct pilots, to evaluate the different options we have available for that next uniform system. But it must be in place before the 2028 presidential preference primary. That's the timing. There's been some questions about whether this process could be short-circuited. Could the current administration come in and actually specify and certify this equipment? That's not allowed in law now, and it's not changed with this provision. We are requiring hand-marked paper ballots be scanned optically, ballot marking devices that produce readable paper ballots with no QR bar or computer-only readable coding is also an option. We don't want to limit the next Secretary of State and his advisory committee on one option if there is an option that is the better option for the state of Georgia. Again, this whole bill presumes a hand-marked ballot system produced by ballot on demand. What does that mean? That means you walk up to the polling location, you check in through the poll pad or something similar like we do now, and by the time you're finished checking in, verifying your identification and your address, then that poll worker hands you your specific ballot. That's the system that will work with 8,000 electors, 2,300 precincts, 360 advanced voting locations, 3,000 to 4,000 different ballot image styles. The bottom line through Section 7 is we are moving to paper ballots with human readable only voting. And it is audible and helps us provide auditable elections. Section 7 requires that the ballots be serialized. That helps us in auditing after the fact to make sure that there aren't missing batches and to make sure that ballots weren't duplicated in the process. We have provisions in place for storage and custody of any additional equipment, as well as tracking and certification of ballots that are printed, not used, spoiled, canceled, any scenario. Just as we do now with our system, this takes that further with this type of system. We've actually improved voter access. And when I say that, we've got two sections in here that grant front-of-line privileges to families, parents who have children under 2, or people who are over 75 who have difficulty standing in line. We've got two sections that address that, one for advanced voting and one for day of voting. I think you'll hear some more about that in a little bit. We put in place in this code a system that, and this is my term, I call instant adjudication or elector adjudication. When you take that ballot that you have marked to the scanner and you scan that ballot, if there is an errant mark, if there's an overvote, if there's something that rejects that ballot, it's rejected immediately. And the poll worker helps you go through the process to correct that ballot, spoil it, and do another ballot, or whatever the remedy would be. But that is done by the elector. It's not held over or waited so that it can be handled by an adjudication panel later. So that was a big component of what we wanted to do here. We have also made a provision that will help our local governments from the standpoint of open records requests. Many open records requests related to ballots and to our elections are asking for additional information for people who like to compare, to verify, to do their own audits, self-audits, if you will. So currently in law, we require the Secretary of State make available ballot images, which are the scanned image of your ballot. We're adding 2 provisions to that to make additional records available that are the source of many open record requests, and that is what's called a cast vote record and a system log or a slog file. Both of those typically are only acquired through ORRs, and it takes time, and many of those end up in court. We're trying to keep as much of this out of the court system as we can. We have changed a provision regarding automatic recounts for very close elections. Currently, law provides that if an election is within 0.5%, it goes to an automatic recount. We've got a lot of elections that have very low turnout. Right now, we've got some special elections for state house seats with very low turnout. When you have that, just a few votes can have a significant impact. So we've increased that from 0.5% to 1%. That's what it was years ago anyway. Now, all of these things we've talked about have to be implemented. It takes time. There are procurement processes, there's training involved, and that sort of thing to again, be able to provide this for 8 million registered voters in 159 counties. So we've staged the implementation of this. The automatic recount provision and the transfer of the optical character recognition audit authority from the Secretary of State to the State Election Board will happen after July 1st of this year. That gets us through the primary. Those contracts and everything associated with that have already been let. The money to do the OCR audit has already been spent. Most of the other provisions take place in January of next year, starting in January of next year. We have an advisory committee to assist the next Secretary of State in selecting the next uniform system. That is a bipartisan appointed committee that includes a cybersecurity expert appointed by the Secretary of State, members appointed by the governor and by both chambers in bipartisan fashion to assist in that process and the selection and certification of that equipment. That doesn't go into effect and can't be in place until February 1st of next year. The only other provision that we have as far as a date line is what I had mentioned earlier. The next uniform system must be in place before the beginning of 2028 so that we have it in place and our poll workers are trained, our populace, the electors understand what's going on, and we can have it in place before the presidential primary election in 2028. Mr. Speaker, that's an overview of the bill.
Yes, sir. You do have some questions. The gentleman yield for some questions.
Yes, sir.
Representative Shay Roberts to your left is recognized for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does the gentleman yield?
I do.
Mr. Chair, we've had some discussions about this. Am I correct that this bill does not mandate hand-marked paper ballots for the future voting system, that it's discretion or it's permissive?
It is permissive. It does not mandate that. That is correct. But the presumptive model here is the ballot on demand system, but we're not limiting to that.
Okay, and would you further yield for one more?
I will, yes, ma'am. One more.
Okay, I know we've had a discussion about the certification date can't happen before February 1st, but can you point to anywhere in this document that precludes the current Secretary of State from doing the RFP and picking the system but not certifying it?
That is implied in the document. And let me, and you and
Okay,
I have had this
nothing's implied in the
discussion, but
law.
let me answer the question this way, and this is a discussion that we have had. So thank you for the question. The Secretary of State is part of the executive branch. He only has the powers given him by law. The current system is already certified and purchased. That was a one-time authorization when the original provisions of 21-300 that we are amending, but the amendments we put in place do not go into effect until January 1st of next year. Now, understand the Secretary of State will still be in office until, I think it's the 11th, all right? This is a statewide procurement. Any statewide procurement requires a sealed bid process to get. That sealed bid process also requires 15 days advertisement of the solicitation prior to the bids can be opened. All that to say, first of all, until January 1st, the Secretary of State has no authorization by law to be able to enter into or solicit any type of bid.
It says certification. We can agree to disagree, but I don't see anything in the four corners of this, and what's implied doesn't work, that says that he cannot do the RFP and the 15-day advertisement before he leaves office. And we're in this situation that we're in because of the last procurement, and so that gives me pause on this bill. Thank you.
Thank you.
Gentlemen, yield further. Representative Jasmine Clark to your left is recognized for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does the gentleman yield?
Yes, I do.
So we have had some conversations as well on this, and one of the concerns is that there has been identified a security patch that is needed for the Dominion systems. Does anything in this bill acknowledge or require us to actually patch the security issue that already exists before November elections this year?
Thank you for the question. The answer to that is no, not in this bill. And there are a lot of things that go along with that security patch, and you and I have had this discussion too. Even if we were to apply the security patch, it will not work with the current operating system that our system has. Our system would have to be updated, which would include a new server system for our tabulators, and all of that costs money, which we have not appropriated.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Representative Parsons to your left, recognized for a question.
Thank you, Speaker. Does the gentleman yield?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. First of all, isn't it true, I'm going to support your bill because I have complete trust in you and the hard work you put into this, and I appreciate that. But I do have a question about the hand-marked ballots. It's my understanding from what you said that that hand-marked ballot will be then scanned by an optical recognition. And I'm trying to understand, my understanding, isn't it true, that that optical scanner just literally sees the text that's on some document and then records it character by character back into another file? So what good does it do to even go through that step?
Thank you for that question. And there are actually two different types of scanning systems or processes for that. A hand-marked paper ballot typically is what we used to call a scantron, where you bubble in the bubble beside your selection. Right. Those are actually read. The scanners actually know your ballot style, and those are read directly, and that ballot, that vote is recorded. Your selection is recorded directly from that marking on the paper, okay? There is also technology available, and I've seen it demonstrated recently, with a scanner that has the optical character recognition system built into it, where not only does it read the text and put it into a file, but it also interprets that text based on what it says to actually elect and record your vote.
Okay, just one more question if you yield.
Yes, sir.
So this process that you're explaining, after that is scanned in, goes into a file, that process will be more secure than what we have now with these voting machines we have now.
It is more secure from the standpoint that we're not relying on any non-human readable coding, and the process is fully auditable with a full paper trail.
Thanks, sir.
Thank you.
Representative Holcomb, to your left out front, recognized for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does the gentleman yield?
Yes, I do.
My question is with the implementation of this new system, this would still preserve the secrecy of each individual vote, correct? So in other words, the printing or scanning or whatever it was wouldn't tie to a person. It would just reflect what that person's choices were.
Absolutely. Yes,
Okay.
sir. Yes,
Thank
sir.
you.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I think there may be some folks that wish to speak to this. I would ask for the body's favorable consideration and yield the well. Thank you.
Gentleman has yielded the well. We do have some speakers. Up to 15 minutes. Those are speaking in favor of the bill. Representative Draper, the lady is recognized to speak to Senate Bill 214. The lady is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Good evening, everyone. So I rise today to speak in favor of SB 214. Does that mean that SB 214 is a perfect bill? Does it mean that I love every provision in SB 214? No. But I think it is a very reasonable and responsible solution to a situation that we absolutely must address. And what I really like about SB 214 is I think it is an example of how every election bill, and frankly, every piece of legislation that we consider in this chamber should be approached. This is a bill that was addressed by a bipartisan group of legislators. It was a bipartisan solution. And importantly, it also took into consideration the perspectives of voters, of the counties that have to implement our elections, and the election officials.
Lady will suspend just for a moment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Not yet.
Yes, sir.
Conversations that are occurring. This is a conversation that should be occurring, not those. So if you have a conversation, take it to the ante room. Give the lady your attention, please. Lady will continue.
So importantly, I think this is the type of legislation, the way we have addressed this legislation is the way we should address every single election bill, with deliberation, with thought, with time. And why is that? Because we're talking about the franchise. We're talking about somebody's fundamental right to vote, and so we have to get it right. When you look at this bill, we spoke to voters all over the state and considered their input. We took the input from the counties that actually have to implement our elections, and we spoke to the election professionals who know about this stuff. And we're able to take their feedback, we are able to feed it into the bill, and we have arrived at this solution. I'm very proud to say that election directors and professionals all over the state are very happy with where we have arrived with SB 214. So for all those reasons, because I think it is the example of how legislation should be done, because I think it arrives at a very responsible solution, I will be supporting this bill and encourage everyone to do the same. And I'd also like to take just a moment, if you'll indulge me, and talk specifically about Section 14 and 15 of this bill. Because Sections 14 and 15 do something that I think is wonderful. It makes access to vote easier, accessing voting easier. And Sections 14 and 15, what they do is they say, okay, if you have a child with you when you go to vote and that child is 2 years or younger, if there's a line when you get to vote, and hopefully there won't be a line. We don't see a lot of lines in Georgia these days. But if there is a line when you get to vote, you can go to the front of the line. That is an accommodation that we have offered to folks in Georgia who are elderly, who have a physical disability, and this is a slight extension that helps more families, people with young children get to the polls so that we can have their thoughts, their values considered as well at the polls. And as I said, it was based on my own personal experience in 2021. In 2021, I guess I'm not too interesting today. I'll keep it short.
I think so, but I just can't hear you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In 2021, I, like many Georgians, went to vote in the Senate runoff. I was very excited to cast my ballot for Senators Warnock and Senator Ossoff. And when I got to the polls on that Saturday, it was a beautiful day, but the line that I got in wrapped all around the library. It was a 2-hour wait. And at the time, I had my kids with me who were 1, 3, and 5. And, I don't know. Maybe somebody else might have turned around and said, I'll try this another time. And I bet there's a lot of people that wouldn't have even tried, right? If they drive up and see a line, they say, I can't do this if your child has to take a nap. Your child is cranky. You don't know with infants. But we did stay in that line for 2 hours. And it was tough, but that was the inspiration for this bill. So again, if you'll indulge me, I'm really happy to have my kids here with me today. This was actually the first bill that I dropped when I entered this chamber 4 years ago. They have been with me through committees, and now they're too old to even get the benefit of this bill, or I guess for me to get the benefit of this bill. But if this bill passes, I'd be so happy to see other families benefit from this and be able to access the polls. So with that, this may be my last time speaking from this well as a member of this House, and I'm really glad to leave it on this note and with this particular bill. I hope it's the last time I'm speaking from this well tonight, actually. But encourage your favorable consideration, and thank you for your attention. I yield the well.
Ladies, yield the will. Thank you for your work on the committee. We had an awesome group of folks working on that committee. Thank you all to all of you. Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered? Hearing none, the previous question is ordered. We do have a minority report. Minority report is waived. Is there any objection to withdrawing the committee's substitute? Hearing none, the committee's substitute is withdrawn. Is there any objection to adopting the substitute offered by the Committee on Rules? Hearing none, the Rules Committee substitute is adopted. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which was favorable to the passage of the bill? Hearing none, the report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this bill now pass? All in favor of the passage of the bill will vote yes. All those opposed will vote no, and Mr. Clerk will unlock the machine. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? If so, clerk will lock the machine. On the passage of Senate Bill 214, the yeas are 132, the nays are 39. The bill having received the requisite constitutional majority is therefore passed. Members, we have a supplemental local calendar. 2 bills on the local calendar relate to homestead exemption and require a recorded 2/3 roll call vote for passage. Third reading and passage of uncontested local bills. If there is no objection, we will vote on the local calendar as a whole with a recorded vote. Hearing none, it is so ordered. Mr. Clerk will read the local calendar.
Senate Bill 601 by Senator Halpern of the 39th City of Atlanta. Senate Bill 616 by Senator Halpern of the 39th Fulton County, Senate Bill 619 by Senator Lucas of the 26th Hancock County, Senate Bill 620 by Senator Dixon of the 45th Barrow County, Senate Bill 621 by Senator Dixon of the 45th Barrow County, Senate Bill 614 by Senator Davenport of the 17th City of Hampton, Senate Bill 627 by Senator Anna DeVardi of the 31st City of Dallas.
Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered on the local calendar? Hearing none, the previous question is ordered. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which was favorable to the passage of the bill? Hearing none, report of the committee is agreed to. Shall these bills now pass? All those in favor of the passage of the bills on the local calendar will vote yes. All those opposed will vote no. And Mr. Clerk will unlock the machines. Have all members voted? All members voted. If so, Mr. Clerk will lock the machines. On the passage of the bills on the supplemental local calendar, the yeas are 94, the nays are 75. What this means is, let's see, all but 2 of the bills on the local calendar required 120 votes. 5 of the bills on the local calendar required a 91 votes. So those bills have received the requisite constitutional majority. Those Senate Bill 601, Senate Bill 616, Senate Bill 619, Senate Bill 620, and Senate Bill 621 are passed. For what purpose does Leader F. Stration rise?
Make a motion.
State your motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House reconsider its action on Senate Bill 614 and Senate Bill 627.
And they required a 120 vote. All those in favor of We're working pretty fast. We'll give the software a chance to catch up. Okay. AI caught up. Now, this vote will be a majority vote to reconsider Senate Bill 614 and 627. All those in favor of reconsideration will vote yes. All those opposed will vote no. And Mr. Clerk will unlock the machines. Have all members voted? All members voted. If so, Mr. Clerk will lock the machine. On the gentleman's motion, the yeas are 98, the nays are 72. The motion carries, and the House has reconsidered its action on Senate Bill 614 and Senate Bill 627. Members, you have put forward some road naming resolutions this year. And the Senate has done the same. So we're going to take up our road naming resolutions that came over from the Senate. Is that right, Mr. Chairman? That is correct. So I'm going to ask, sir, Senate road naming resolution and adding hours. So I'm going to ask the members if they'll please get close to their seats. Cease your conversations. We're going to have some reverence as we recognize some members of this, some citizens of this state that are no longer with us, and then we're going to memorialize them with some road namings. So I'm going to ask the members to please take your seats. You ready, clerk? Mr. Clerk will read the caption to Senate Resolution 624.
Senate Resolution 624 by Senator Setzler, the 37th, and others, a resolution honoring the life of Officer Drew Hayes Brown and dedicating an intersection in his memory. This resolution has been referred to the Committee on Transportation. That committee recommends that this resolution be adopted by committee substitute.
Chairman of Transportation, Representative Rick Jaspers, is recognized to present the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And members, this is a little bit change of gear of what we've been doing. We're going to honor 47 Georgians. And you've been very busy, but also in my staff, the folks that I get to work with, Danny Nicholas, who's our HBRO analyst, Jenna Doley, Legislative Counsel, Parker Hamilton, and Josh Waller with GDOT. They've all worked with you to get your road naming done and honor and memorialize the folks in your community. What we're going to do, Chairman Brian Prince will come up and do the honoring resolutions. There's 17 of those. Then Representative Bill Fincher will come up and we'll all stand and honor Bandy Ballinger. And then we'll remain standing as Chairman Lauren McDonald comes up and does the other 30 memorials that you have selected. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to turn it over to Chairman Prince.
Chairman Brian Prince is recognized. Let me be clear, Mr. Chairman, Prince and Jaspers, you want the members here will be in order for us to stand memorial when those are presented. Yes, sir. And Representative Fincher will, when he comes to the well, will be the proper time then. Chairman Prince is recognized to speak to the Senate Resolution 624.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Colleagues, we honor 16 dignitaries with road dedications. Senator Marty Harbin dedicates intersection State Route 92 and Westbridge Road in Fayette County as the Sheriff Randall Johnson intersection. Senator Stephen Gooch dedicates an intersection of State Route 9 and Highway 19 in Lumpkin County as the Don Seabolt intersection. Senator Jason Dickerson dedicates a portion of State Route 9 in Fulton County as the United States Treasurer Brandon Beach Highway. Senator Tim Bearden dedicates State Route 61 in Carrollton County as the Dr. J. Larry Boss Old Town Highway. Representative Bryce Berry dedicates an intersection of State Route 3 and State Route 8 in Fulton County as the State Representative Abel Mabel Thomas intersection. Representative Rick Jaspers dedicates an intersection on State Route 5 and Gilmer Ferry Road in Cherokee County as the Mayor Rick Roberts intersection. Representative Jasmine Neal dedicates the intersection on State Route 3 and Upper Riverdale Road in Clayton County as the Darrell Jordan intersection. Representative Rhonda Brunel dedicates a portion of State Route 314 in Clayton County as the Dr. Anthony Smith Highway. Representative Rick Jaspers dedicates a roundabout at State Route 5 and Howell Bridge Road in Cherokee County as the Eric Whitmarth Roundabout. Representative Carl Gilliard dedicates the bridge at State Route 204 in Chatham County as the Hussey Scott Bridge. Representative Chuck S. Frustration dedicates the intersection of State Route 211 and West Winder Bypass in Barrow County as the Honorable Terry England intersection. Representative Carl Gilliard dedicates another intersection in State Route 204 and Tibbet Avenue in Chatham County as the Mary Davis, the SOS Band intersection. Representative Judd Howard dedicates an intersection of State Route 61 and North Villa Rica Bypass in Carroll County as the Lieutenant Colonel Larry Boggs intersection. Representative Houston Gain dedicates the western interchange of State Route 10 in Athens, Clarke County as the Mayor Nancy Denson interchange. And yours truly, Representative Brian Prince, dedicates the interchange of Interstate 20 and Interstate 520 in Augusta-Richmond County as the Chairman Don A. Grantham Sr. interchange. Mr. Speaker, I will yield the well to Representative Finch.
Thank you, Chairman Prince. Representative Bill Fincher is recognized to speak to the bill, and I think we're going to ask our friends to stand with us as we honor our dear friend, Chair Lady Ballinger.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, legislators, it's an honor for me to be able to stand here and honor, memorialize someone who was no stranger to this body. Mandy Leah Ballinger was a leader, a teacher, a mentor, a fighter, and a mother. Y'all know her as the chairman of the Judiciary Juvenile Committee. And my days here, they're short. I've just begun. But I'm here because she passed away halfway through serving her full term. I have had the opportunity to talk with a number of you and ask them what meant so much to you about her. She was what she called herself a nerd. She said, I'm a legislative nerd. I just love this stuff. And I think all of you know that. I spoke with Chairwoman Beth Kemp, who took over the Juvenile Committee, and she said some things about her that I know are to be true. She said she was an advocate for children who had no one else to stand up for them. She could be fierce as an advocate. She was always defending the rule of law. If she was your friend, she could be depended upon. And she was your friend no matter who took you on, she was standing there beside you to take them on as well. I knew her as a teacher. When she found out I was interested in politics, she asked me to have coffee. She shared and poured out everything she had to tell me what to expect. I knew her as a mother. Many of you know Henry. I'm proud to announce that Henry has completed his first semester at the University of Georgia with all A's. He's been invited to study abroad in Tokyo this summer. As a mother, she's the kind of person you can be proud of because she carried with her the work for children that have challenges. I know she'd have been proud to be here when Rio's Law was passed earlier this month. Chairman Ballinger served the citizens of Cherokee County and the 23rd District from January the 14th, 2013 until her passing on October the 12th, 2025. During that time, she received the Defender of Freedom Award from the National Rifle Association for her staunch support of the Second Amendment. She was recognized by the Georgia Carry Coalition that year as Legislator of the Year for her efforts. It was her calling. She's the wife of Judge D. Morris of the Cherokee County State Court, and I'd like to tell you we're going to start an interchange in I-75 in her name. There'll be signs. The next time you drive north to buy your apples, you'll see the name of Mandy Ballinger. Will you join me in a moment of silence honoring her life and service? Thank you.
Gentlemen, as you yielded well, thank you for your presentation. I'll recognize Chairman McDonald. Thank you for continuing to stand, members. Gentleman's recognized.
Mr. Speaker, Chairman Jasper, it's a great honor to stand here and memorialize these great Georgians before you. So I appreciate y'all standing as we read the new list of memorializations that we all over the state of Georgia. Senator Ed Setzler dedicating the intersection of US 41 and Creekside Village Parkway Northwest in Cobb County as the Officer Drew Haynes Brown Memorial Intersection. Senator Jason Avatardi dedicating the intersection of State Route 92 and Cedar Crest Road in Paulding County as the Sergeant Major John Barry Dean Memorial Intersection. Senator Rick Williams dedicating a portion of State Route 16 in Putnam County as the Christopher, Monica, and Curtis Ballou Memorial Highway. Senator Bo Hatchett dedicating the intersection of State Route 3 and Chapman Road in Catoosa County as the Richard Keith Rick Worley Memorial Intersection. Senator Rick Williams dedicating the roundabout of State Route 16 and High Falls Road in Butts County as the Abbey Savoy Circle of Hope. Representative Park Cannon dedicating a portion of State Route 14 in Fulton County as the Jerry Hoy Memorial Highway. Representative Ronaldo Ray Martinez dedicating the intersection of State Route 10 and New Hope Church Road in the Walton County as the Jim S. Briscoe intersection. Representative Mac Jackson dedicating the bridge on State Route 15 in Hancock County as the Raymond C. McGee Jr. Memorial Bridge. Representative Mac Jackson dedicating a portion of State Route 540 in Washington County as the Hassan Rahim Glasgow Memorial Highway. Representative Mac Jackson dedicating a portion of State Route 540 in Washington County as the David Cummings Memorial Highway. Representative Sheila Jones dedicating a portion of State Route 139 in Fulton County as the Victoria Travis Jackson Memorial Highway. Representative Noel Williams, Jr., dedicating a bridge on State Route 7 in Crisp County as the Teddy Ray Memorial Bridge. Representative Bill Yerta dedicating a portion of State Route 133 in Worth County as the Doug Everett Memorial Highway. Representative Bill Werkheiser dedicating a portion of State Route 23 in Tattnall County as the Sidney R. Miles Memorial Highway. Representative Josh Bonner dedicating intersection of State Route 54, Fayette County as the Marvin R. Adams Memorial Highway. Representative Sagana Dina dedicating the bridge of State Route 42 in DeKalb County as Lieutenant Colonel Albert Butch S. Welch Memorial Bridge. Representative Matt Hatchett dedicating a portion of State Route 78 in Johnson County as the Sheriff Russell Tanner Memorial Highway. Representative Rob Clifton dedicating an intersection of State Route 232 in Columbia County as the Senator Joy Brush Memorial Intersection. Representative Will Wade dedicating an intersection of State Route 400 in Dawson County as the General Wallace Intersection. Representative Will Wade dedicating intersection of State Route 9 in Lumpkin County as the John W. Ralston Memorial Intersection. Representative Bill Yurda dedicating a bridge on State Route 520 at Worth-Tiff County line as the Bryce Johnson Memorial Bridge. Representative Carl Gilliard dedicating an intersection of State Route 307 in Chatham County as the Reverend Benny R. Mitchell Jr. Memorial Intersection. Representative Carl Gilliard dedicated an intersection of State Route 204 in Chatham County as the Jimmy Lord Brown Intersection. Representative Johnny Chastain dedicated an intersection at State Route 515 in Fannin County as the Howell and Jane Teasley Memorial Intersection. Representative Rick Jaspers dedicating a portion of State Route 53 in Pickens County as the Jerry Barnes Memorial Highway. Representative Tim Fleming dedicated a portion of State Route 81 in Newton County as the W.D. Don Ballard Memorial Highway. Representative Darlene Taylor dedicating the bridge on State Route 3 alternative over the Okaloochee River in Thomas County as a World War I Veterans Memorial Bridge. Representative Shaw Blackman dedicated a portion of State Route 247 as the F.H.P. Trooper Charles Eugene Gene Campbell Memorial Highway. And Representative Houston Gaines dedicated an intersection on State Route 15 as the Dan McGill Memorial Intersection. Representative Regina Lewis Ward dedicating the intersection of State Route 42 in Henry County as the Councilman Alfonso Thomas Memorial Intersection. This time, members, if we would, stand for a moment of silence, please. Thank you. Now yield the well.
You have one more. That completes the presentation and honoring of these memorials and these road namings. Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered? Hearing none, the previous question is ordered. Is there any objection to adopting the committee's substitute? Hearing none, the committee's substitute is adopted. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which was favorable to the adoption of the resolutions? Hearing none, the report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this resolution now be adopted? All in favor of the adoption of the resolution will vote yes. All those opposed will vote no. And Mr. Clerk will unlock the machine. Have all members voted? All members voted. If so, Mr. Clerk will lock the machine. On the adoption of Senate Resolution 624, the yeas are 173 and nays are 0. This resolution, having received requisite constitutional majority, is therefore adopted. Thank you, members, for recognizing these exceptional Georgians. Thank you to the Transportation Committee as well. Okay, members, we're going to take up some further actions. I'm going to recognize Representative Reeves for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move to agree to the Senate substitute on House Bill 1344.
Mr. Clerk will read the caption.
House Bill 1344 to be entitled an act to amend Titles 33 and 40 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated relating to insurance and motor vehicle and traffic respectively so as to strengthen the enforcement authority of the Commissioner of Insurance to clarify regulations on insurance fraud, and uninsured motorists.
Representative Reeves is recognized to explain the Senate substitute.
Thank you, Speaker Burns. House Bill 1344, the Insurance Affordability Act, will make insurance more affordable for hardworking Georgians and will make claims processing fairer. This 46-page bill before you has been online for a week. It is the version that passed the Senate. Insurance Committee. You have voted twice for about 42 pages of it. Starting on page 11 through page 14 is a good measure from Senate President Pro Tem Larry Walker restricting the use of aerial images by insurance companies, and that is a good consumer protection to add to this bill. I would ask for your favorable support of the Insurance Affordability Act, and Mr. Speaker, I yield the well.
Gentleman has a question. Did you yield the will? Or will you take a question?
I will take a question, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Lisa Campbell is recognized for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does the gentleman yield?
I do.
I'm curious to know, within this comprehensive bill for health insurance, can you point out the places where we are protecting consumers from skyrocketing health insurance?
Yes, we have increased 40 fines. We have cracked down on insurance fraud. We have improved the claim processing timetables, and there are many other measures in here that will help health insurance insureds, as well as auto, home, and property and casualty in their insurance claims. This is the strongest insurance legislation in the country this year on claims and affordability. Thank you.
Gentleman, yield for another question?
I will, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Glaze to your left, way back over here and to your left. Representative Lydia Glaze.
Does my friend yield?
I do.
Will this bill also take care of fraud from those who stage car accidents?
It does.
Cause accidents trying to get money and commit fraud at the same time?
It does. That is one of the things that we have cracked down on insurance fraud. There are a number of anti-fraud measures in this good bill.
Thank you so much for bringing this bill.
Thank you.
Representative Sanchez has a question to your right out front.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentlemen, yield.
I do.
Is there a reason we're going so hard on the punitive punishments on uninsured drivers? I get the fraud part, but uninsured drivers, it seems a little bit.
We tighten that up because we have uninsured motorists, and that is something that makes insurance more expensive for paying customers. So it is something necessary. We have a higher number than usual of uninsured motorists. So it's something we got to tackle.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Gentleman has no more questions.
I yield the well. Thank you.
Gentleman's yielded the well. On the gentleman's motion that the House agree to the Senate substitute to House Bill 1344. All those in favor will vote yes. Opposed, vote no. And Mr. Clerk will unlock the machines. Have all members voted? All members voted. If so, Mr. Clerk will lock the machines. On the gentleman's motion, the yeas are 164 and the nays are 3. And the House has agreed to the Senate substitute to House Bill 1344. Members, we're ready to move on with some further actions, but I'd love to have your attention again for a part of the road naming resolution we missed. You know, sometimes things just work out because I'm glad I get to do this one. This resolution came to us from Representative Deborah Bazemore. It's dedicating the intersection of State Route 6 and State Route 70 in Fulton County as the State Representative Roger Bruce intersection. I'm honored to do that. Roger Bruce is a dear friend. We miss him as well. State Route 6, State Route 70 in Fulton County, Roger Bruce intersection. Thank you, committee. Representative Jenkins is recognized for a motion.
Yes, I move that the House agrees to the substitute for House Bill 413.
Mr. Clerk will read the caption.
House Bill 413, to be entitled an act to amend Chapter 1 and Title 2 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated relating to general provisions regarding agriculture so as to prohibit local ordinances that prohibit the operation of mobile sawmills on agricultural lands.
Representative Jenkins is recognized to explain the Senate substitute to House Bill 413. The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, members of the House, I rise to present the substitute for House Bill 413. This substitute doesn't relate to sawmill operations. This is relating to Georgia's transfer on death deed law. This bill was introduced as House Bill 899. It was dropped at the end of the last session and proceeded through judiciary, was passed by rules, and did not make it to crossover. So House Bill 413 is another one of my bills. So we use this bill to continue the important work modifying the transfer on death deed law. So Georgia's transfer on death deed was brought into the Georgia Code at the end of the last biennial. In the last several years, there's been identified a few things that needed to be modified to get this to better sync with Georgia law. This is a consumer-friendly bill. It's, as I talk about it, it's generated a lot of excitement with my constituents. My wife's family is actually, she had a death in the family that actually used this. So this is being used throughout Georgia, and it is popular among the constituents. But there's some issues we need to address. And it's important that we go ahead and act, and so that Georgians can have this can be fully available to them. So basically, what we did with this bill, we fixed a few things. The capacity to create was clarified. That the owner must have contractual capacity, and that the attorney, in fact, cannot execute a TOD. Who can accept? It clarifies that trust and legal guardians and conservators may accept on behalf of trust, minors, or wards. Filing the PT 61, that caused a lot of problems. This was clarified. The improper filing of this form was causing people to lose their homestead exemptions and their first-time home buyers status, and so that's been clarified in this. Automatic revocation's been clarified, that it's automatically revoked if the owner sells the property or the sole beneficiary dies before acceptance. And the acceptance window, we had some objections to the 9-month acceptance window, so that has been removed. There was concerns that people would lose property by not accepting it and filing an affidavit in the time frame required by law, so that window is gone. With alternate beneficiaries, we have a new option for a grantor to name one or more alternate beneficiaries in case the primary cannot accept. A new option that trusts can be beneficiaries to a transfer on deed, a death deed. Property preservation, there's a new option that allows the estate to make emergency repairs to preserve the property. And a new protection given the TOD primary over unsecured debts. lapsed shares, there's new protection ensuring the deceased beneficiary's share is split among the remaining beneficiaries, not lost to the estate. And then in order to accept, you have to have access to the death certificate, so this law gives a right to the beneficiary to get that death certificate. So that concludes the presentation of the bill, pending questions.
Gentleman has a question to your left, Representative Flournoy. Gentleman is recognized for a question.
Yes, sir.
Would the gentleman yield?
I yield.
Just for a point of clarification, so let's say if someone has a life estate, and would this clear up as far as titling if there's any issues once an individual has passed, that would automatically be reverted back?
So the transfer on death deed, if you convey your property with the transfer on death deed on your passing, it will transfer to another owner of your choice, and that owner, of course, has to accept it. So with a lifetime estate, you'd have to probably choose to use this instrument or that instrument, or I guess if with a lifetime estate, you could perhaps have that person be a beneficiary of a transfer on death deed as well.
Will you further yield?
Yes.
So would that individual have to be stated on the deed, or can that person just automatically be given as far as just allowing for that to be transferred automatically?
That person would have to be, there'd have to be a specific deed to do that.
Okay, thank you.
The gentleman has one more question. Representative Oliver to your left. Ladies recognized.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does the gentleman yield?
I yield.
There's been an awful lot of discussion among probate lawyers that the effect of this bill will be to delay probate, to make probate more expensive, and to make probate more confusing, particularly for the unrepresented estate. Isn't it true, sir, that there is still a very sincere, intellectually honest conflict in relation to whether this is an idea that's going to help the lower size estate folks or help them? Isn't that true, sir?
I've heard a lot of debate on this. Again, this does not bring this into Georgia law, but it just allows this to work within the structure of Georgia law, and I have heard a lot of debate whether of the merits of transfer on death deeds.
Gentleman has no further questions.
I yield.
Gentleman's yielded the well. On the gentleman's motion that the House agree to the Senate substitute to House Bill 413, all those in favor will vote yes. Those opposed will vote no. And Mr. Clerk will unlock the machines. Have all members voted? All members voted? If so, Mr. Clerk will lock the machine. On the gentleman's motion, the yeas are 96, the nays are 70. The House has agreed to the Senate substitute to House Bill 413. Chairman Jaspers is recognized for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to agree to the Senate substitute to House Bill 1300.
That motion, you want to agree to House Resolution, correct? 1300?
Yes, sir. As it's written on the board, House Resolution 1300.
Agree to the Senate substitute. Mr. Clerk will read the caption.
House Resolution 1300 by Representative Ford of the 170th and others recognizing the Honorable Penny Houston and dedicating a roundabout in her honor.
Chairman Jaspers is recognized to explain the Senate substitute to House Resolution 1300.
Okay, so those of y'all who had road namings you had a road naming that we did on crossover day, and everybody ran up to me and said, "Oh, where's my bill?" It's here. If it was done on crossover day, we went to the Senate. The Senate added theirs, just like we added ours to theirs a few moments ago, and that's what this bill does. It's their additions to our House bill or House resolution. That's all the bill does, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate everybody's positive vote on this. Thank you.
The gentleman has no questions. Yielded the well. On the gentleman's motion that the House agree to the Senate substitute to House Resolution 1300, all those in favor will vote yes. All those opposed will vote no. Mr. Clerk will unlock the machines. All members voted. All members voted? If so, Mr. Clerk will lock the machines. On the gentleman's motion, the yeas are 171, the nays are 0, and the House has agreed to the Senate substitute to House Resolution 1300. Representative Mike Cameron is recognized for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the House agree to the Senate substitute for House Bill 466.
Mr. Clerk will read the caption.
House Bill 466 to be entitled an act to amend Article 3 of Chapter 3 of Title 50 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated relating to other state symbols so as to designate the Marshy Tacky horse as the official Georgia heritage horse breed.
Representative Cameron is recognized to explain the Senate substitute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We passed this bill last year. The Marsh Tacky horse is a horse that is going out of existence, and the Livestock Conservancy wanted to honor them and try to help them replenish the stock. One bill did not get through, the bill that Representative Judd Howard had for the Piney Woods cattle. So when we got the bill to the Senate, the only thing added was Piney Woods cattle on line 3. Everything else stayed the same in the bill. And I want to thank Representative Howard and Representative Chairman Dickey for their help getting this through the Senate. And that's the bill.
You have a question from Representative Jasmine Clark to your left.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does the gentleman yield?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you describe a Piney Woods cattle for me, please?
It's similar looking to like a longhorn cattle, big horns. They came over from Spain about 500 years ago, about the same time as the horse came over. and they were predominant in this area for a long, long time, but the amounts of them have declined greatly. So we're trying to make sure that they're recognized so they don't go out, they don't totally just go away.
Does the gentleman further yield?
Yes, ma'am.
So are there farmers in Georgia right now that have any of these cattle?
Yes, there are a few. Yes, and there are a few like in South Carolina, maybe some in Florida as well. But their numbers are greatly declined in the last 100 years.
That's very interesting. Thank you.
Thank you.
They're an endangered species. You can talk about them when you get to Washington. The gentleman has another question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman has a good question. Wait a minute. You can't yield the will yet.
Okay.
Chairman of Agriculture over here, to your right. Chairman Dickey is recognized.
Does the gentleman yield?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, and Representative Howard for these things. Isn't it true that my cousin Neil Dickey has the largest herd of piney wood cattle in the state of Georgia on our family land that's been in there for 200 years?
That would be correct.
And I have one more question if the gentleman will yield.
Yes, sir.
This gentleman grew up roping and branding these cattle, and I'm not sure if it was 500 years or not, but Representative Williams thinks he knows something about piney wood cattle.
He's a co-sponsor of the bill, so yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The gentleman yield.
Yes, sir.
Is it not true that they ain't much to look at, but they're a lot of fun to talk about?
They certainly are.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
I think y'all have exercised that to that point. The gentleman has no further questions.
I yield the will and ask your favorable consideration. Thank you.
Seriously, piney wood cattle are a part of our history in this state. There's no doubt about that. When we had no fence laws in this state. On the gentleman's motion that the House agree to the Senate substitute to House Bill 466, all those in favor will vote yes. All those opposed will vote no. And Mr. Clerk will unlock the machines. Have all members voted? All members voted. If so, Mr. Clerk will lock the machines. On the gentleman's motion, the yeas are 170, the nay is 1. The House has agreed to the Senate substitute, the House Bill 466. Representative Lim, Representative Marvin Lim is recognized for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that this House agree to the Senate substitute to House Bill 1161 as amended by the House.
Thank you for that motion. Mr. Clerk will read the caption.
House Bill 1161 to be entitled an act to amend Title 40 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated relating to motor vehicles and traffic so as to provide for proper operation of a motor vehicle upon an approach by an authorized emergency vehicle or by a law enforcement vehicle for the purposes of a traffic stop.
Representative Lim is recognized to explain the Senate substitute and the House amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So this is House Bill 1161. I'm working off of House Bill 1161. I'm working off of...
Gentleman will suspend. Gentleman will continue.
Third time's a charm. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am here presenting HB 1161. I'm working off of AM 390561. This is the bill that we passed uncontroversially regarding traffic stops. Sections 1 through 4 is what passed out of the Senate 46-3 with overwhelming bipartisan support. Section 1 through 4 was the original bill that I proposed, simply stating that for traffic stops, you move to the right if safe to do so. Again, harmonizing our law with passing emergency vehicles and law enforcement vehicles. Section 2 was a bill that started, or as a provision that started with a bill by Representative McDonald, and I really want to thank him as well as the Senate Republicans and Democrats for coming to a provision. This is regarding fleeing, but rather than creating an entirely new provision, what we're simply doing is amending our existing fleeing provision to create an objective standard without changing classification of misdemeanor felony, without changing minimum or maximum sentencing, and without changing suspension or probation provisions. Again, we feel that, again, with clarity and consistency, it leads to fair outcomes, removing bias. So again, appreciate all parties working with us to make this the best possible version. This was adopted without objection and unanimously by the Senate. Section 3 is regarding tinting. It essentially harmonizes our window tinting law of motor vehicles with surrounding states that essentially see very similar sunlight. It allows for darker tinting of both front and rear windows. This again passed without objection as a floor amendment, separate floor amendment in the Senate. I've already covered Section 4. That was the original traffic stop. With respect to Sections 5 through 9, I want to say first that we are removing something that was added in the Senate regarding limitations to speed detection devices on essentially small cities. The Senate sponsors of that asked us to correct it because it led to some unintentional consequences. GMA opposed, and we simply are not able to fix the language of that to meet the intention without creating any unintended consequences. However, the new sections 5 through 8 are essentially originating from Chairman Powell's House Bill 651 regarding cameras in school zones, speed cameras in school zones. So it does 4 things. One is if you are having a school zone camera, you must be able to display in real time the speed to the driver. Again, contributing to clarity and transparency with the driver. 2, governing bodies that use these cameras must submit an annual report on the revenue generated through the use of these devices. 3, and moving to Section 7, those that have or apply for a permit, especially if it's on a more than 2-lane road, must be able to demonstrate some evidence or need for that. Again, it doesn't prohibit it, but it requires some justification that we think create some safeguards. And then as you can see at the bottom of that, again, providing transparency and clarity to the driver or the consumer. There's an additional notice for those that may be provided one of these tickets that say that failure to pay shall result in inability to renew your motor vehicle registration. That's already the existing law, but again, some people don't know that. So all of these additional provisions regarding school zone cameras add to clarity, consistency, and transparency. Section 8 is just regarding the effective dates of these, and we're delaying Section 5 till July 1st, 2027 to give localities time to comply with that. With that, I would yield for any questions.
Gentleman has one question. Representative Powell. Representative, if you'll give the gentleman a little tunnel there, we can see him.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the gentleman yield?
I will.
Is it not true that sections 5, 6, 7, and 8 are the very parts of the school zone camera bill that was taken out by the Senate when that bill went over unceremoniously at the end of the session?
Going back to a year ago, yes, sir, that is true.
Further yield, is it not so that we need these sections in this bill to send it back to them for their agreement, so then they will then send this up, and then we can agree to the other part with a referendum on there?
That is absolutely true. Thank you for your work on this.
And may I also say, is it not my pleasure to thank you for handling this?
The gentleman knows of which he speaks.
Gentleman has one more question. Representative Neal, to your left.
Thank you to the gentleman. Do you yield?
I do.
I'm trying to go through the bill and the changes, but did this bill actually fix the issues that we had at the end of last year where we had issues where there were erroneous tickets being issued in excess and citizens not having a way to rectify those or not having a way to get relief in the courts? Because that was the problem we had before with this bill.
Yes, it partially does. I would point specifically to Section 5. That's why it's important, we feel, in order to be able to say what your speed is, because that helps the person with actual evidence contest any tickets. So that is, however, one part of it. The remainder of the problem to be fixed is in Chairman Powell's bill, to which he was just speaking. So this bill partially addresses that, but as he just stated, we need to address this in order to move it so that we can adopt the additional provisions.
So the additional, do you further yield?
I do.
Does the additional provision fix the whole problem as a whole?
I would say so, yes. And if Chairman Powell wants to add, he can, but yes.
Okay, thank you.
Gentleman has no further questions.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask for your favorable support.
Gentleman's yielded the will. Is there any objection to adoption of the House Amendment, AEM 390561? Hearing none, the House Amendment is adopted. On the gentleman's motion that the House agree to the Senate substitute to House Bill 1161 as amended by the House, all those in favor will vote yes. Those opposed will vote no. And Mr. Clerk will unlock the machines. Have all members voted? For what purpose does Representative Carter rise?
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Isn't that true that the gentleman that just left the well said that this Section 5 addresses the issue of individuals receiving automated tickets that will have some recourse in court, but we can't find it in Section 5?
Well, y'all were doing a lot of talking. I couldn't hear a lot, but I'm sure the gentleman was reading what he had on his page, but I'm sure the lady is convinced what she saw is accurate as well. So we'll leave it at that. All members voted. If so, Mr. Clerk will lock the machines. On the gentleman's motion, the yeas are 163, the nays are 6, and the House has agreed to the Senate substitute to House Bill 1161 as amended by the House. Representative Hong is recognized for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that we agree to Senate substitute to House Bill 1131.
Mr. Clerk will read the caption.
House Bill 1131 to be entitled an act to amend Article 3, Chapter 4, Title 17 of the Fiscal Code of Georgia annotated relating to warrants for arrest so as to provide for personal service of process for notice of a warrant application hearing.
Representative Hong is recognized to explain the Senate substitute.
So House Bill 1131 changed the service for warrant application hearings to personal service. The Senate substitute deals with bonding companies, and it reduces the amount that bonding companies have to keep in their cash escrow account from $1 million to $500,000, which is currently the common practice. I'm sorry.
Lady has no questions. Have you completed your presentation?
I'm sorry, Mr. Speaker.
Lady has no questions.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Ladies yielded the well. On the lady's motion that the House agree to the Senate substitute to House Bill 1131, all those in favor will vote yes. Those opposed will vote no. And Mr. Clerk will unlock the machine. Have all members voted? All members voted? If so, Mr. Clerk will lock the machines. On the lady's motion, the yeas are 166, the nays are 0, and the House has agreed to the Senate substitute to House Bill 1131.
Chair recognizes Representative Gaines for a motion.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move that the House agree to the Senate amendment as amended by the House.
Representative Gaines.
House Bill 295.
Representative Gaines moves that the House agree to the Senate substitute to HB 295 as amended by the House. The clerk will read the caption.
House Bill 295 to be entitled an Act to amend Chapter 60, Title 36 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated relating to general provisions applicable to counties and municipal corporations so as to provide procedures for real property owners to make claims for compensation from local governments for loss of property value.
Chair recognizes Representative Gaines to explain the Senate substitute and the House amendment.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. House Bill 295, if you'll remember, was important legislation to hold local governments accountable that are not enforcing the law. And so the underlying provisions of that legislation did not change. The Senate did add to the legislation language to further our efforts to crack down on sanctuary cities in this state. The House amendment to what the Senate passed ensures that an individual who's in a sanctuary city jurisdiction has the ability to seek a mandamus action in court to force that jurisdiction to follow the law. And Madam Speaker, that's what the amendment AM 440295 does. I'd ask for the body's favorable consideration. I yield the well.
The gentleman has yielded the well. Is there any objection to the adoption of the House Amendment AM 440295? The chair hears none. The House amendment is adopted. On the gentleman's motion that the House agree to the Senate substitute to HB 295 as amended by the House, all those in favor will vote yes. Those opposed will vote no. And the clerk will unlock the machines. For what purpose does Representative Cannon rise?
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
I waive.
She waives. For what purpose does Representative Williams rise?
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Is it not true that the Senate has taken a mean bill and made it even meaner?
I'm sure the lady believes that of which she speaks. For what purpose does Representative Oliver rise?
Parliamentary inquiry, ma'am.
State your inquiry.
I'm looking at HB 295 SFA. I'm looking at HB 295 LC 930070S. And I'm looking at HB 295 AM 440295. Could the Speaker please explain to me what I'm voting on here, because I'm completely lost?
AM 440295.
Is the only thing I'm voting on, and is this the final action on this body for the Senate and the House action?
This is not final action because it's agreeing to the Senate amendment as amended by the House.
Thank you.
Yes. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machines. On the gentleman's motion, the yeas were 93, the nays were 76, and the House has agreed to the Senate substitute to House Bill 295 as amended by the House. The chair recognizes Representative Crawford for a motion.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to make a motion that we agree to the Senate substitute of House Bill 334.
Representative Crawford moves that the House agree to the Senate substitute to House Bill 334. The clerk will read the caption.
House Bill 334 to be entitled an Act to amend Article 7 of Chapter 4, Title 49 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated relating to medical assistance generally, so as to require the Department of Community Health to conduct an annual review of medications and treatment for sickle cell disease for Medicaid recipients.
Chair recognizes Representative Crawford to explain the Senate substitute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Senate substitute, I can explain it briefly. It came back in, it actually came back better. Section 1 will ask child care facilities to provide information on respiratory syncytial virus so that parents can better protect their children. And Section 2 was a portion that we voted out almost unanimously a few weeks ago, and it would require the Department of Community Health to conduct an annual review of sickle cell medications and treatments available to people who are impacted by this very deadly disease. I ask for your favorable consideration, and I will stand for any questions if there are any.
There are no questions.
I yield the well.
The gentleman has yielded the well. On the gentleman's motion that the House agree to the Senate substitute to House Bill 334, all those in favor will vote yes, all those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machines. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machine. On the gentleman's motion, the yeas were 149, the nays were 18, and the House has agreed to the Senate substitute, House Bill 334.
Representative Seabaugh is recognized for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the House agree to the Senate substitute to House Bill 1129.
Mr. Clerk will read the caption.
House Bill 1129 to be entitled an act to amend Code Section 3688-6 of the Fiscal Code of Georgia annotated related to the criteria for enterprise zone so as to provide for designation of enterprise zones.
Representative Seabaugh is recognized to explain the Senate substitute to House Bill 1129.
Colleagues, the intent of House Bill 1129 remains the same: to modernize Georgia's enterprise zone framework, strengthen accountability, ensure these economic development tools are applied fairly and transparently across our communities. This substitute makes a targeted clarification to the enterprise zone provisions in the bill, specifically on lines 49 through 52. The language clarifies that the limit of 4 enterprise zones applies to the county in which the enterprise zone is located, regardless of which local governing authority nominates the area. I respectfully ask for your favorable consideration and renew my motion that House agree to the Senate substitute to House Bill 1129.
Gentleman, yield for a question.
I will.
Representative Cannon, Park Cannon, right out to your left, recognized for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Do you yield?
I do.
On line 21, the commissioner is able to designate nominated areas. Is this a new ability for the commissioner or something that's happened before?
It is not. That's in current law.
Thank you.
Gentleman has no further questions.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield the will.
On the gentleman's motion that the House agree to the Senate substitute to House Bill 1129, all those in favor will say yes. Those opposed will vote no. And Mr. Clerk will unlock the machines. All members voted. Have all members voted? If so, Mr. Clerk will lock the machine. On the gentleman's motion, the yeas are 170, the nay is 1, and the House has agreed to the Senate substitute of House Bill 1129. Representative Jenkins is recognized for a motion.
I move that the House agrees to the Senate substitute for House Bill 1434.
Mr. Clerk will read the caption.
House Bill 1434 to be entitled an act to amend Chapter 3, Title 6 of the Fiscal Code of Georgia annotated relating to powers of local governments as to air facilities so as to provide for the identification of airport affected areas.
Representative Jenkins is recognized to explain the Senate substitute.
Yes, so this bill passed unanimously out of the House and the Senate. After it left the House, they made some changes over there. So basically, this bill manages the federally protected airspace above all our general aviation airports. And in this, it directs GDOT to assist governments in defining the dimensions of this airspace. And in that language, they requested it to be more specific. And we agreed to that. Basically, the language specifies what they are to do in a more specific manner. So it makes them happy, makes us happy. Pending your questions.
Gentleman has no questions. The gentleman has no questions. He's yielded the well. On the gentleman's motion that the House agree to the Senate substitute, of House Bill 1434, all those in favor will vote yes. Those opposed will vote no, and Mr. Clerk will unlock the machine. Have all members voted? All members? Take your time. I got you. Take your time. All members voted. If so, Mr. Clerk will lock the machines. On the gentleman's motion, the yeas are 172, the nays are 0, and the House has agreed to the Senate substitute. The House has agreed to the Senate substitute of House Bill 1434. Chairman Rhodes is recognized for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that we agree to the Senate amendment to the House substitute to Senate Bill 76.
This further action should be on your desk or is on your desk. Mr. Clerk, will you read the caption?
Senate Bill 76 to be entitled an act to amend Code Section 4286 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated relating to license plates promoting or supporting certain agencies, funds, or nonprofit corporations with proceeds dispersed to the general fund.
Chairman Rhodes is recognized to explain the Senate amendment.
Yes, sir. Thanks, Mr. Speaker. This is the bill that we voted on about an hour and a half ago. It is minus the McCollum sticker bill, and all that remains left is Rep. Osteen's tag and the side-by-side language on highways 60 miles per hour and less. I ask that you vote green. Thank you.
The gentleman has no questions. He's yielded the will. On the gentleman's motion that the House agree to the Senate amendment to the House substitute to Senate Bill 76. All those in favor will vote yes. Those opposed will vote no. And Mr. Clerk will unlock the machines. Have all members voted? All members voted. If so, the clerk will lock the machines. On the gentleman's motion, the yeas are 168, the nays are 2, and the House has agreed to the Senate amendment to House substitute Senate Bill 76. Members, we have one bill left on the supplemental local calendar. One bill in the local calendar is an agree-disagree position. This bill, having received the requisite number of signatures required, the House delegation wishes to agree to the Senate substitute. Third reading and passage of uncontested local bill. The clerk will read the caption. Will read the local calendar.
House Bill 1534 agreeing to the Senate substitute by Representative Westbrook of the 163rd Chatham County.
Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered on the local calendar? Hearing none, the previous question is ordered. Shall this bill now pass? All those in favor of the passage of the bill on the local calendar will vote yes. All those opposed will vote no, and Mr. Clerk will unlock the machines. Have all members voted? All members voted. If so, Mr. Clerk will lock the machines. On the passage of the bills on the supplemental local calendar, the yeas are 101, the nays are 69. This bill having received the requisite constitutional majority are therefore passed. Back on the rules calendar, Mr. Clerk, will you read the caption of Senate Bill 52? Senate Bill 52.
Senate Bill 52 by Senator Goodman of the 8th and others being entitled an act to amend Chapter 5 of Title 48 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated relating to ad valorem taxation of property so as to authorize certain local governing authorities to provide temporary tax relief from the taxes levied for the harvest or sale of standing timber. This bill having referred to the Committee on Ways and Means. That committee recommends that this bill do pass by committee substitute.
All right, here's the deal. Everyone on the floor speaking has turned the volume up. We can't turn the volume up on the microphones any louder. So something got to give. Same old deal. If you have a conversation you need to do, you need to talk about a bill we got left pending, please go out there, out there, out there. Because there are some folks who are trying to pay attention here. And if we have to stop this last bill we do tonight till in the morning, we'll just have to do that. But we're going to hear the gentleman present the bill. It's up to y'all. The back of the chamber needs to move out of the room or cease your conversations. Chairman Williamson is recognized to present the bill. Thank you, members.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House colleagues, this House substitute to Senate Bill 52, which formally proposed to authorize ad valorem tax relief dealing with Hurricane Helene. We subsequently got that accomplished in House Bill 223 last session. This substitute deals with interstate commerce transportation. It clarifies language in existing law, which has been confusing for a lot of our taxpayers in the industry. It outlines transportation, Section 1 outlines transportation types eligible for the exemption, and it provides clarifying language that's been added in lines 17 to 18. It comes with the support of the Georgia Department of Revenue and the Georgia Truckers Association. Mr. Speaker, I'll be happy to answer any questions. If not, I'll yield it well.
Gentleman has a question. Representative Campbell, to your left, is recognized for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I may be the only one, but I am having trouble finding, I think, this bill. Could you let us know the LC number, please?
Yes, ma'am. It's in the book. It's in your big
just
book,
a regular.
your black book, LC 590465S. Came out of Ways and Means and unanimously. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield the well.
Gentleman had no further questions. He's yielded the well. Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered? Hearing none, the previous question is ordered. Is there any objection to adopting the committee substitute? Hearing none, the committee substitute is adopted. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which was favorable to the passage of the bill? Hearing none, the report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this bill now pass? All in favor of the passage of the bill will vote yes. All those opposed will vote no. And Mr. Clerk will unlock the machine. Have all members voted? For what purpose is Representative Willis rise? She waves. All members voted. If so, Mr. Clerk will lock the machine. On the passage of Senate Bill 52, the yeas are 172, the nays are 2. This bill having received the requisite constitutional majority is therefore passed. Representative Barton is recognized for a motion. The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to agree to the Senate substitute to House Bill 1277.
Mr. Clerk will read the caption.
House Bill 1277 to be entitled an act to amend Article 1 of Chapter 16 of Title 12 and Title 32 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated relating to environmental policy and highways, bridges, and ferries, respectively, so as to increase the project cost threshold.
Representative Barton is recognized to explain the Senate substitute.
All right, the only change that they did was to add the EV chargers to change it to a couple of years from the time implemented for testing and permitting requirements, so they'll have time to make sure that they have it right. It goes from 26 to 28. That's all it does.
The gentleman has no questions.
I yield the will.
On the gentleman's motion that the House agree to the Senate substitute to House Bill 1277, all those in favor will vote yes, those opposed will vote no, and Mr. Clerk will unlock the machines. Have all members voted? For what purpose is Representative Jasmine Clark rise?
Parliamentary inquiry, Mr. Speaker.
State your inquiry.
Is it not true that I have no idea what the person in the well just said because no one is actually talking into the mic?
Well, the most important thing, I want to make sure you have the bill on your desk. I've just got an indication that maybe you don't. HB 1277, Whip Park.
I have it. Oh, sorry. I do have it.
Which packet?
Number 2. Well, it wasn't in a packet. Sorry, my mic is still on.
Representative Clark, do you have it?
I have LC 3952122S. Is that the correct LC number?
The lady will state her question in a parliamentary inquiry. I will, on the bill, since you have a copy of it, we'll see if we can get that question answered. Would that be fair enough? Let's turn your mic on.
So the mic is on. Parliamentary inquiry, Mr. Speaker.
State your inquiry.
Mr. Speaker, is it not true that I did not hear a word that the original person in the well said because they were not talking into the microphone?
Well, the problem is I've already opened the vote, and the vote's on the board, So the best I can do right now is get the gentleman to explain if there's a specific, question. I think I can do that. Representative Barton, is there a question? Can you give me a question?
I just want to know what the bill is about,
Can you?
what the amendment was, if you don't mind.
We can do
We
that.
just could not hear you.
Could you give us a quick update on the amendment, sir, and maybe we can hear better on that microphone?
Thank you. Yeah, it just added a couple of years so that the EV chargers
You
would
need
have
to hold the mic closer to your mouth.
It would give a couple of years so that you would be able to, the DOT would have more time to make sure they could implement the charging of the EV chargers correctly.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Does that answer your question, Representative Cannon? Thank you for clarifying the issue. Have all members now voted? If so, Mr. Clerk will lock the machines. On the gentleman's motion, the yeas are 122, the nays are 50, and the House has agreed to the Senate substitute to House Bill 1277. Members going to the well, that mic has gotten weary tonight, and it's kind of drooping down, so you're not speaking directly into the mic. So when you go to the well, you need to adjust the mic so the members can hear your presentation. Chairlady Kemp is recognized for a motion.
Thank you. Oh, goodness. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the House agree to the Senate substitute for House Bill 1138.
Clerk will read the caption.
House Bill 1138 to be entitled to act to amend Article 3 of Chapter 4, Title 26 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated relating to the practice of pharmacy so as to authorize pharmacists in certain circumstances to dispense self-administered hormonal contraceptives or administer injectable hormonal contraceptives.
The lady is recognized to explain the Senate substitute.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Members, I know the hour is late, but this is a substitute that I do agree with. It came over from the Senate. It is House Bill 1138, which allows pharmacists to prescribe contraception. And the one substantive change that was made to this bill was instead of the Medical Composite Board working with the Pharmacy Board, now the Department of Public Health is going to be doing so. Much like we did in the PEP and PrEP bill, they already have the bandwidth to do so, and I certainly appreciate their help in bringing this bill to fruition. And Mr. Speaker, if there are no questions, I ask for favorable consideration.
Lady has no questions.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield the well.
Lady has one question. Will she yield for a question? Are you having a problem finding that, Representative Clark? How about they have it all around you? I think the lady's yielded the well. You have any luck now?
It's okay. It's okay.
On the lady's motion that the House agree to the Senate substitute to House Bill 1138, all those in favor will vote yes. Those opposed will vote no. And Mr. Clerk will unlock the machines. Have all members voted? All members voted. If so, Mr. Clerk will lock the machine. On the lady's motion, the yeas are 158, the nays are 11, and the House has agreed to the Senate substitute to House Bill 1138.
And then it's going to be
Okay. I think this is a bill that will interest many of you on the floor. So if you can give the gentleman in the well your attention, it would be appropriate. Representative Chastain is recognized for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move for the House to agree to Senate substitute for HB 1075.
Mr. Clerk, read the caption.
House Bill 1075 to be entitled an act to amend Chapter 6 of Title 16 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated relating to sexual offenses so as to modify the penalty for offenders previously convicted of the offense of trafficking of persons for labor or sexual servitude.
So Representative Chastain, are you ready to explain?
Yes, sir.
Gentleman's recognized to explain the Senate substitute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This was my original bill that was approved by this House a few weeks ago, went over to the Senate, and pretty much stripped out. Some new language was put on that, and I'm going to yield the rest of my time to Chairman Crow to explain the new language.
I think Chairman Crow has dealt with this language, so we're going to allow that and let the gentleman explain the language that's in the Senate substitute. Chairman Crow is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As Representative Chastain mentioned, his original bill, that language was included in the bill that we passed that Chairman Brian Strickland had sent over. And so his bill was sitting in the Senate. He was gracious enough to work with me to allow me to insert some language in there. What the bill does now is it would basically make the fourth or subsequent offense of a misdemeanor offense of Chapter 5 or 6 of Title 16, which is crimes against persons or sex crimes, be punished as a felony. What precipitated this, we had some guests in Atlanta up here for a conference, and 3 young ladies from Savannah were walking back to the Marriott Hotel. And as they were walking through, they passed a gentleman, and as they walked past him, he turned around and punched one of them in the face, unprovoked. And when he was arrested, there was a news story that was done. They titled it The Serial Sucker Puncher because he had been arrested 4 or 5 times for the same offense, where he had continued to commit battery on unsuspecting people in the city. And so at some point, we needed to punish these for more than just a misdemeanor offense. And what this would do is it would create a type of habitual violator offense if you commit a misdemeanor offense 4 times within a 10-year period that is a crime against persons or sex crimes where the victim is a human being. So, Mr. Speaker, I'll be happy to answer any questions if there are any.
Whip Park is recognized for a question if the gentleman will yield.
Yes, sir, I will.
Whip Park, you have a question?
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Apologies. So just to clarify, we're talking, this would be 4 strikes with respect to misdemeanors only of chapters 5 or 6 with respect to sexually related offenses?
And crimes against persons, yes. Chapter 5 is crimes against persons, Title 16, and Chapter 6 is sex crimes in Title 16.
So this wouldn't be a situation in which you have 4 broken tail lights as a misdemeanor.
No, sir.
You steal $20.
No, sir. Only crimes against persons or sex-related crimes.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Representative Miller is recognized for, she weighs. Representative Park Cannon, she weighs. Representative Sanchez, recognized for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does the gentleman yield?
Yes, sir.
So if it's crimes against person, would this include like non-violent offenses against a person, like say, for example, interference of law enforcement or something like that?
It would be all of the crimes in Chapter 5. Those crimes are obstruction and other things like that are in another chapter of Title 16.
Got it.
This would be simple battery, things like that.
Okay. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Gentlemen,
all right, Mr. Speaker, I will yield the well if there's no further questions.
you've got one more at least, but that's your call.
I'll take one more and that'll be it. Thank you, sir.
Representative Barnes had her light lit up, so I'll recognize Representative Monty Barnes for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does the gentleman yield?
I will.
So basically, we're giving them 3 chances on the misdemeanor, and then the 4th one, it becomes a felony.
Yes, in a 10-year period.
10-year period. Thank
Yeah,
you.
those are within a 10-year period.
Thank you.
Yep. Mr. Speaker, I'll ask for the body's favorable consideration and yield the well.
On the gentleman's motion that the House agree to the Senate substitute to House Bill 1075, all those in favor will vote yes, those opposed will vote no, and Mr. Clerk will unlock the machines. Have all members voted? For what purposes? Whip Park, Rice.
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry, sir.
So just to clarify, with respect to this bill, we would also be talking a simple assault or simple battery, in which that within a few years would otherwise become a felony. Is that correct with respect to this bill?
What I understood was after 4 offenses within a 10-year period, it would be yes.
Thank you, sir.
All members voted. All members voted. If so, the clerk will lock the machine. On the gentleman's motion, the yeas are 138, the nays are 32, and the House has agreed to the Senate substitute of House Bill 1075. House will come to order. Members, friends, acquaintances, we're going to take up the budget. Are you ready? He's ready. So members, if you will get into the right posture to give the chairman of appropriations your attention. Doorkeepers, you need to control your doors. Chairman Hatchett is recognized for a motion. Chairman Hatchett.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the House You want to do it?
I guess I want to know.
Agree to the Conference Committee report on House Bill 974.
A lot of hard work. Representative Hatches has moved that the House adopt the Committee of Conference report on House Bill 974. Mr. Clerk will read the Conference Committee report.
The Committee on Conference on House Bill 974 recommends that both the House of Representatives and the Senate recede from their positions and that the attached Committee of Conference substitute to House Bill 974 be adopted. Respectfully submitted for the House of Representatives, Honorable Matt Hatchett of the 155th District, Honorable Jan Jones, the 47th District, Honorable Chuck F. Strachan of the 104th District. For the Senate, Honorable Blake Tillery of the 19th District, Honorable Larry Walker, the 20th District, and Honorable Jason Anadavarte of the 31st District.
Chairman Matt Hatchett is recognized to explain the Committee of Conference report on House Bill 974. The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was gonna sing a little tune, but actions across the way, the last little way, don't make me want to sing. Mr. Speaker, it's my honor to present the Conference Committee report on House Bill 974, the 2027 fiscal year budget. It's been quite a journey to get you this balanced budget. Seems like we've been going around in circles. But we've discussed, insisted, cajoled, and compromised to bring you a product that we believe reflects the priorities of this House, the Senate, and the Governor. The budget before you is a conservative and fiscally sound budget that strikes a delicate balance between addressing our future liabilities and funding the needs that Georgians are experiencing right now. The belt's been slowly getting a little tighter and balancing a little harder. But I think we've ended with a product we can all be proud of that blankets all of Georgia. This budget touches all Georgians. It's for the newborn Georgian and their mom. Our expansion of maternal home visiting program to an additional 33 counties will increase access to maternal fetal medicine in our rural communities. This program makes a real difference. This budget's for the students enrolled in the early grades in Georgia who are struggling to read. We'll put a literacy coach in every elementary school, and we'll fund a framework based on proven success to lift that child up and prepare them for success. This budget's for the foster child. There's no greater responsibility than caring for these vulnerable youth. Our additions to out-of-home care will help give DFACS the resources it needs to make sure these children are safe and thriving. And funding the inaugural year of the Georgia Foster Care Scholarship means that more of these children will become young adults with access to higher education. This budget is for the school bus driver and the custodian. By keeping the state health benefit plan rate increases reasonable, we're helping ensure our local school systems can keep paying for their benefits without breaking the bank, while still addressing our long-term liabilities. This budget's for parents of adult children with disabilities. Our increases for now-comp waivers will give the family peace of mind knowing that their child will continue to have the support that they need to thrive. This budget provides Georgians with quality, affordable health care by increasing the reimbursement rates for health care providers treating patients on Medicaid across the state. We expand access to doctors and dentists. We've heard time and time again about the shortage of physicians, and this budget addresses that too. We're funding the complete healthcare pipeline with medical school expansion, increasing residency and fellowship opportunities, and funding additional behavioral health professional service cancelable loans. Finally, this budget is for the retired state employees. They put in years of hard work only to see inflation decimate that monthly pension. It's long been a priority of this body and this speaker to rectify this by bolstering the health of the system, allowing for regular and meaningful COLAs for our retirees. The investment by this General Assembly and Governor Kemp of over $1.2 billion into ERS will lead to a more substantial COLA for the first time in recent history of over 2%. That means, and in addition to the enhanced COLA, there's still a 13th payment included in this budget. And you know what I know, that the investments we make today are what helps make every day a great day to be a Georgian. And I truly believe everyone in our state benefits from this state spending plan. This budget is the final product of a tremendous amount of work. Our state agencies began crunching numbers last summer, and my friend Rick Dunn and Lauren Curry spent all fall working with the governor to craft a $38.5 million recommendation. Thank you, Governor Kemp and your staff, for your hard work and dedication to the process. To the Senate, thank you for working with us through all our priorities to bring you this plan. Chairman Tillery, thank you for your continuous challenge of me to learn this budget as well as you do. Your knowledge of this budget is remarkable. We've worked together on a lot of budgets, and I've learned a lot from you. Thank you. And of course, I save the biggest thank you to all of our committee members, especially our subcommittee chairs. You all lean into the task, and I appreciate you for that. But we all know we would be lost without our staff. And y'all, I want y'all to don't clap yet. All right, I'm gonna ask you don't clap yet. Our House Budget Research Office is the best legislative staff ever. Thank you, and I'm gonna ask each of them to stand individually and remain standing when I call out your name. Alicia. She's not here. Amber. Andrew. Andrew. Anna. Bailey. Brock. Courtney. Danny. Dave. David. Kevin. Leo. Michael. Molly. Morgan. Patrick. And Sarah. You make this house look good, and your hard work and vast knowledge shine with every interaction that occurs. Now, thank you. And of course, leading this dedicated, dependable, and devoted group is an incomparable Christine Kalaki. Woo. She has served this house for almost 19 years, and she knows every nook and cranny in this budget like the back of her hand. She comes every day ready to give her all, and we're all better for it. Thank you, Christine. Friends, I ask for your favorable consideration of House Bill 974, and I'll be glad to take any questions.
Gentleman has a question. Representative Al. She waves. Representative Moore.
Thank you, Mr.
Wait a minute,
Speaker.
excuse me, Representative Moore. Representative Al did not wave. She was signaling me, I
I was
think.
waving,
Oh,
not
you were.
wave with an eye.
Ladies recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. I know how hard you worked on this, and I look forward to voting yes in hopefully a few minutes. This is a real question, not a isn't it true question. On page 89 of the tracking sheet, there's two items, 28.11.7 and 28.11.8, having to do with SNAP and Medicaid funding. So I believe in the House version, we allocated about 11 million for 319 additional caseworkers for SNAP determination, which is important because we recognize that the funding for SNAP is contingent on our high error rates and getting those down.
Yes.
In the revised version from the Senate, it seems like that pot of money has been split, and what ended up happening is only 6.9 has been allocated for SNAP, and the rest of it has been peeled off to staff up Medicaid redetermination because our FMAP has increased. It seems like the SNAP error rate coming down is still important, and it also doesn't designate that this money should be spent on caseworkers. Did the Senate give you some reasoning of why they did it this way?
So, as you see, and as I think you stated, we put $10.98 million in for that issue. The Senate took that out and basically said, go get a free pilot because they said they'd do it for free. We are putting $5.3 million into that program to fund correcting the SNAP, that issue. We are not saying whether you have to use staff or you use staff and technology or you use technology. We're telling them to figure out how to do it and do it. And the next line is language to tell them exactly what we want and to issue a report back to us.
I understand. One follow-up, if
Sure.
I may? Who's doing the determination for free with respect to the error rates?
I'm
Who's going to be
sorry.
responsible for taking on that responsibility for free that you
There was
noted?
an organization that I don't want to call their name, but it was in the Senate note that said they could. So.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. I can't hear you.
Gentlemen, yield for one more.
Sure. Yes, sir, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Reese to your left, recognized for a question.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And
I'm exceptionally proud to have this question from the author, since this is my last real question as a member of this body. And it's truly been an honor to be a member of this body for the last 4 years. So thank you, Mr. Speaker, for your kindness. And thank you, Mr. Chairman, for your leadership. And I know you say you were going around in circles with them, but I want to say to you that you certainly practice a little tenderness. And there's one man by the name of Otis Redding. And he said, oh, she may be weary. Young girls, they do get weary wearing that same old shaggy dress. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for not getting weary.
I don't know if that was a question, but you made me say what I hope I can sing in just a minute if this gets a bunch of yes votes, is oh, happy day.
Oh, happy day. Oh, happy day.
Mr. Speaker, I'll yield the well and ask for your favorable consideration of HB 974.
Oh, when he wash.
All right, the House will come to order. The gentleman has yielded the well. We have some additional business we need to tend to that's important to all the members of this House, so we're not ready to leave anytime soon. Okay. On the adoption of the Conference Committee report on House Bill 974, all in favor of the adoption of the Conference Committee report will vote yes. All those opposed will vote no. And Mr. Clerk will unlock the machine. All members voted. All members voted. If so, Mr. Clerk will lock the machine on the adoption of the Conference Committee report on House Bill 974. The yeas are 163, the nays are 5, and the Committee of Conference report is adopted. Here is our posture, members. Our posture is, I'm going to recognize the rules chairman. We're going to stand at ease for 10 minutes after he makes this announcement because we want to get to some study committees. So Chairman Parrish is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, members of the Rules Committee, will you please meet me right now in room 341, right now.
This House will stand at ease for 10 minutes. Members, here's where we are right now. Need your patience just a little bit longer. We're waiting on a couple of bills. Important bills have been voted on in the Senate, and they've been coming back fairly rapidly. They should be back to this side of the building, to the House, for our final consideration. A couple of agrees on some issues that we've been working on all session and have had great support here in the House. So we're going to stand at ease and wait on these bills to come across. It's only a couple. It won't be long. And we'll be out of here and complete a very successful session for this Georgia House of Representatives. So I ask for your patience, and let's finish strong, get our work done, so the House will continue to stand at ease for a few more minutes. All right, we're going to finish up here. Members will come back to the floor. Members will come back to the floor. If you're a member, you need to be on the floor. If you're a guest, you need to get on the wall and give the members room to get our job done so we can finish up our evening. All right, members. We have a couple of important bills we'll finish up with here. Let me make an announcement before we get started about our study committees. This is going to be our posture on study committees this year, this summer. We're going to take all of your requests for study committees under advisement. I'm going to be appointing, setting up some blue ribbon study panels probably next week, and we'll give you a heads up on those. So if you want to reach back out to me or the team in my office and give us any more information than you already have on your request for a study committee, that'll be fine. But then we'll be appointing blue ribbon study committees next week. I'm going to recognize Representative Cameron. Representative Cameron is recognized for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the House agree to the Senate substitute on House Bill 350.
Mr. Clerk, will you read the caption?
House Bill 350 to be entitled an act to amend Title 19 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated relating to domestic relations so as to revise provisions relating to safe places for newborns.
Representative Cameron is recognized to explain the Senate substitute.
First of all, thank you, Mr. Speaker, for waiting. House Bill 350 we passed earlier in the session. It allowed that we could put infant safety devices, aka baby boxes, in various locations in the state of Georgia, including fire halls, police stations, hospitals, and there's one other, to put these in various places in the state of Georgia. We passed it unanimously. Went to the Senate, and they made a few changes. They're small changes, except for one. The first change in this bill, the act that this was covered under was called the Safe Place for Newborns Act of 2002. This was changed to the Eliza Jane Warner Act. And Eliza Jane Warner was a newborn who was born in Troup County, Georgia, and she was put in a cooler and placed on the side of the road, and she passed away. And the grandmother of Eliza Jane Warner testified in the Senate last week that they didn't know that the child was born, and it was really riveting, and the Senate felt like they needed to change the name of the act to honor this young lady. A baby box might not have saved Eliza Jane, but there are other Eliza Janes that it might save in the future. So that was a change. It was very powerful testimony. Also, under medical facility, we've added ambulatory surgery centers and urgent care facilities that a baby could be left. Also, a change is that they could be left in a public safety vehicle like a police car or a fire truck. You can hand off directly to them. And the age in the original bill the age on it was 30 days, and the Senate moved that to 45 days. And also, an individual assisting someone who's surrendering a child cannot be prosecuted, almost like a Good Samaritan rule. Yeah. And finally, anywhere a newborn safety device is placed, there has to be a camera pointing at that newborn safety device to see, because there may be a chance someone puts something else in that device, like an incinerator device, or even the child that's passed away or something. And the final thing is that it's changed from the original bill. No state funds can be used to purchase these or to operate these. These have to be funded by local governments, municipalities, or privately funded. They cannot be. Mr. Speaker, those are the changes.
The hour is late. You have one question. Representative Barnes, do you?
Thank you,
Ladies
Mr.
right.
Speaker. Does the gentleman yield?
Yes.
So on line 101, you just stated that there are no state funds. What if the city or municipality can't afford to buy the box?
What's happening right now is there are several in Henry County that propose to do this if this law passes, and they've raised the money privately for those. And in some places they're doing that. Cherokee County, I think, is doing something similar.
Okay, does the gentleman further yield?
Yes.
Did you say we're putting cameras facing the boxes?
They're putting cameras, yeah. They have to, that was something the Senate wanted, a camera above that's operational, because we may get something besides a baby put in one of these boxes, and they want to make sure that if we do have that, that.
Does the gentleman further, one more
Yes.
question? Do you think that would deter the mom
No,
from?
what? I yield the well.
I was talking. Do you think that'll deter the mom from putting the baby in the box? If it's a camera at the box?
No, maybe not.
The gentleman has yielded the well. On the gentleman's motion that the House agree to the Senate substitute to House Bill 350, all those in favor will vote yes. Those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machines. Have all members voted? All members voted. If so, Mr. Clerk will lock the machines. On the gentleman's motion, the yeas are 164, the nays are 4, and the House has agreed to the Senate substitute to House Bill 350. Chairman Powell is recognized for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to ask the House to agree to the Senate substitute for 651.
Mr. Clerk will read the caption.
House Bill 651 to be entitled an act to amend Article 2 of Chapter 14 and Title 40 of the Fiscal Code of Georgia annotated relating to speed detection devices so as to revise provisions relative to the use of automated traffic enforcement safety devices in school zones.
Chairman Powell is recognized to explain the Senate substitute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, I find myself in the position I was last session, almost to the end of the night, and we're still dealing with these school speed zone cameras. As you know, we passed 651 over, and we had an amendment on it. And when it got over there, of course, their first action this year was they stripped it out. And the only change they made, other than stripping out the amendment we had with the guardrails that were the what, thanks to Representative Lim, we put out a while ago. And those were the dealing with the 4-lane highways, putting the flashers out there with the radar detectors on them and that stuff. So what they've got in the bill that they stripped out is they put a referendum on there. So that local governments that want to have these things, they have to have a referendum so the public says what they want to do. Now we've got a situation, we've got 2 bills, and it puts all the controls that it left here plus the referendum that passed out of this House last year. So, there you go, folks. I'd ask you to vote for the substitute to 651, and then we'll let one last piece of legislation get up here.
The gentleman has a question. Representative Washburn is recognized for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Quick question.
Will the chairman yield?
Yes, sir.
Is it not true that this is a bill we have worked very hard to do to give local governments the right to vote to either implement the cameras or to continue them? And is it not true also that I appreciate all your efforts in us trying to get this done?
You're absolutely right. More important than that, it's got a few things on there to notify the motoring public about what they're encountering.
Gentleman has no further questions.
Ladies and gentlemen, I ask you to vote in favor of this, and let's get this thing out of our hair.
On the gentleman's motion that the House agree to the Senate substitute to House Bill 651, all those in favor will vote yes, all those opposed will vote no. And Mr. Clerk will unlock the machines. Have all members voted? All members voted. For what purpose is Representative Moore rise?
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Mr. Speaker, isn't it true that when I look at Park Cannon's hat, I think of Cheryl Beasley Teagues saying, Mr. Speaker, it's time to go home?
I couldn't agree anymore. Have all members voted? If so, clerk will lock the machines. On the gentleman's motion, the yeas are 156 and nays are 14. And the House has agreed to the Senate substitute to House Bill 651. Chairman Blackman is recognized for a motion.
Can I move we adjourn, Mr. Speaker? I don't guess I can do that.
Be careful what you ask for.
The House moved, I move that we agree to the Senate Bill 33.
Senate amendment to the House substitute.
I agree to the Senate amendment to the House substitute to Senate Bill 33.
That's what I thought. Mr. Clerk, will you read the caption?
Senate Bill 33 to be entitled an act to amend Chapter 23, Title 2 of the Official Code of Georgia, annotated the Georgia Hemp Farming Act.
Chairman Blackman is recognized to explain the Senate amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, fellow members. We watch a lot of kids shows at home, and we've watched a lot of Marvel movies. And one of my favorites is about Doctor Strange, and he's having a conversation. And it's a serious conversation. And the way that it is presented to him is that I don't know why how can I not do better? And he says, you're forgetting something. It's not about you. And this house makes it about the people. And I am honored to be a part of this body and serve with each and every one of you. And we're going to do what's best for the taxpayer, regardless of where that comes from, because it ain't about me, and it ain't about you, and any one of us, Mr. Speaker. I yield the well.
The gentleman has yielded the well. On the gentleman's motion that the House agree to the Senate amendment to the House substitute, Senate Bill 33, all those in favor will vote yes, those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machines. Have all members voted? All members voted. If so, Mr. Clerk will lock the machine. On the gentleman's motion, the yeas are 97, the nays are 72. The House has agreed to the Senate amendment to the House substitute on Senate Bill 33.
Chair recognizes Representative Kemp for a motion.
Thank you, Madam Speaker Pro Tem. I'd like to make a motion to agree to the Senate substitute, the Senate substitute for House Bill 1409.
Chairman Kemp moves that the House agree to the Senate substitute to House Bill 1409. The clerk will read the caption.
House Bill 1409 to be titled, an Act to amend Article 1 of Chapter 7 of Title 19 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated relating to provisions relative to parent and child relationships.
Chair recognizes Chairman Kemp to explain the Senate substitute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker Pro Tem. All right, so House Bill 1409, the Senate did a substitute. They added Section 3. If you've got this on your desk, it's on page 16. They added a section that relates to settlements and actions taken when someone is involved in a settlement and they work for the General Assembly. This bill, as far as mandated reporting, hasn't changed much. The mandated reporting bill is why we're here. We're here to protect individuals, children especially, who potentially are being abused and neglected, to have transparency in the system so we'll know when this happens, and clearly we'll be able to do the best thing we can to protect kids who are in these situations. And if there are no further questions, I yield the well.
The lady has yielded the well. For what purpose does Representative Rahman rise?
To make a motion.
I'll not recognize you for that at this time. On the lady's motion that the House agree to the Senate substitute to House Bill 1409, all those in favor will vote yes, all those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machine. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machines. On the lady's motion, the yeas are 155, the nays are 12, and the House has agreed to the Senate substitute to House Bill 1409. Well, the time has arrived to thank the staff, and so I want to start by thanking this year's interns for the speaker, Aubrey Poole, Brianna Spitzer, and Giselle Vasquez. Help join me. Let's take a moment and thank what pages are left that are here that have helped make this evening work for us. If the pages could come down front. Do we have any pages? All right, we have our session assistant, Blair Bonner, and this year's externs. Blair? Where's Blair? We have this year's externs, Aaron, Alex, and Andre. Help me thank them for helping the speaker's staff this year. And always present, the security detail, Alex Kraling, Josh Janufka, Heath Buffington, and Damascus Chambers. And always present, the office staff, Chief of Staff, Chris Riley. Haley Galau, Kayla Green, Olivia Rhodes, Jacob Shield, and Ashley Newton. And we couldn't do it without the Clerk of the House, Bill Riley. And all of the staff in the clerk's office. I want to thank Speaker Burns for all that he's done to make this the most successful session that I've been a part of. I want to thank the doorkeeper and postal director, Corey Mulkey, and all the doorkeepers, the post office staff. And don't forget the house photographers, Ben Massey and his wife, Colleen Massey. The house page desk and the house page ladies and the pages. Please don't forget Angela Holland from the Annie Room, the members' Annie Room, and for providing us with all the refreshments and the extra 10 pounds. The House offices, the House Budget, Research Office, Director Christine Murdoch, and the entire Budget and Research Office help us put the budget together that we just voted on. House Media Services, Director and House Messenger, Betty Thoreau. Thank you, Betsy Thoreau, and the entire Media Services staff, the House Legislative Assistants, our temporary session staff, and the House interns. Let's not forget the Fiscal Office and staff, the Fiscal Officer Amy Bottoms. Yeah, let's hear it. The IT Department and staff, Clint Smith, Deputy Director David Underwood. I want to hear it. The Office of Legislative Counsel and staff, and Betsy Howerton, Chief Legislative Counsel. Thank you, Betsy. Human Resources Office, Director Donald Cronin, and Alyssa Martin, the House Intern Coordinator. I want to thank the Capitol Police for keeping us safe all session long. Thank you, Capitol Police. Thank you. And last but not least, Ms. Dale. Thank you, Ms. Dale, for everything you do, for helping us set the right tone for the House all session long. And happy birthday this weekend, Ms. Dale. And with that, Majority Leader, I want to recognize the Majority Leader for a motion.
Madam Speaker, I move that this House stand adjourned, Sine Die.
Majority Leader Efstration moves that the House stand adjourned, Sine Die. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. And this House stands adjourned, Sine Die.